Good morning, everyone. Online student, am I audible? Don't get me wrong that I got late. That is, to be honest, idle time, which means it was not my fault. I don't have to explain the reasons and all at this particular juncture. I came on time, right? Due to some, issue, I got late half an hour. At the meantime, I thought, well, we will try to balance the class today somehow, right? I want to cancel your classes. You can get to know from my voice, right? That's not a problem. We'll get the things to be done today. Today we are going to discuss multi-product break-even analysis. Multi-product break-even analysis. Before we get started with the multi-product break-even analysis, quickly rush through what we all did yesterday's class. With that knowledge only, we can start the what? Multi-product break-even analysis. Before we get started, do you all have any questions? Do you all have any questions? Any other part? If you have any doubts, please put them forward. I can clarify all your doubts and we can move on. Umar, are you okay? Karishma? Malavika? Do you have any doubts? You can drop a message if you want. No problem, I can help you all. As I said earlier, clearly yesterday's class, it is a bit of a lighter topic, right? In case if it is tested, try to collect what? Total marks on that particular area. No point of but losing the marks, what? Easiest topic, right? So you remember, we went on the break even. Am I correct? What is meant by break even? Single product break even. Single product break even. What is meant by, let's talk about the multi product break even in some time. What is meant by break even? Very good. No profit, no loss. Or the company could make neither a profit or no a loss. The point at which you will start to earn what? Profit. Am I correct? The point at which you will start to earn what? Profit. In other words, at that particular point, you would have covered all your costs. You would have covered all your costs. What are the costs in management accounting we are dealing? One is a variable cost, another one is what? Fixed cost. One is a variable cost, another one is what? Fixed cost. Therefore, we have come to the conclusions. The break-even point equal, BEP units equal, total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Correct? Do you remember when I was starting the word of what contribution? I said what? Today, the first day that we are starting contribution. Until the last class, we will talk about what? Contribution. What is meant by contribution? Selling price or sales minus all variable costs. But including variable selling expenses. Don't forget, variable selling expenses also one of the variable costs. Therefore, which has to be adjusted before you derive the what? Contribution. Because sometimes what you would do is in the exam, variable selling expenses would be given. Some people may forget or they don't adjust the what? Selling expenses before they calculate the what? Contribution. Variable selling expenses is not relevant to calculate the stock. Not relevant to calculate the what? Stock. Because the name itself is suggesting variable selling expenses. You are going to incur the variable cost when you are selling the product. Therefore, it should not be taken to the account when you are valuing the what? Stock. But at the same time, when you are calculating the what? Contribution, it should have been what? Adjusted. It should have been what? Adjusted. So you know what is exactly meant by BEP units? Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. Second, we talked about what? BEP sales. BEP sales. There are three ways of calculating BEP sales. One method is BEP units times selling price. Another one is the way of calculating BEP unit is what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit times what? Selling price. Easiest method of calculating BEP sales, total fixed cost. Very good. CS ratio. Now you tell me what is meant by CS ratio? Very good. Perfect. The contribution being generated from what you are sales. That is what is known as CS ratio. Right? Next one is what we talked about, CS ratio, contribution per unit divided by selling price per unit, or total contribution divided by what? Total sales value. Total sales value. Then we talked about what? Margin of safety. Do you remember? Margin of safety. What is meant by margin of safety? Margin of safety. I have dictated the notes. Margin of safety. MOS units. What is meant by MOS unit? Difference between expected sales and the PB. If you want to put it in the very understanding language, profit units. Margin of safety is what? Profit units. But we don't call it under break even as what? Profit units. But it's a what? Margin of safety. It functions as a buffer. You remember, I have dictated the notes because examiner may test you the margin of safety. After testing the margin of safety, you will have to give a small interpretation with regard to the margin of safety. What is exactly meant by margin of safety? Also, I have explained the ways of what improving the margin of safety. How to calculate margin of safety? You know, expected sales minus what? BEP units. Expected sales, another name is what? Budgeted sales. Budgeted sales, sales in units minus what? BEP units. Then we calculated margin of safety in terms of what? Percentage. MOS percentage. MOS percentage equal MOS units divided by expected or budgeted sales. Expected or budgeted sales times what? 100. Then we talked about what? Expected profit. Expected profit MOS units times what? Contribution per unit. This is the place we had a what? Bit of argument. Someone who said what? It should have been treated as a what? Selling price, not the contribution. Then I have proved through the what? Definition with regard to the what? Variable cost and the fixed cost, right? Fixed overhead will remain constant. It is for the what? Company. It is not for the what? Product. Whereas the variable cost tend to vary according to the activity level. Then we talked about how many units to be sold to achieve X amount of profit. How many units to be sold to achieve a X amount of profit. Number of units sold, units to be sold equals target profit plus what? Total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. In case if the examiner asks you to calculate what is the sales revenue that needs to be generated to achieve X amount of profit, instead of putting the word contribution, you have to come up with a what? CS ratio. That is the summary what we talked about under break-even point for the single product. Also, I went through a couple of past papers question. Examiner more interested on what the limitation of the break-even also. Advantages and the limitations. Because if you look at the advantages, it's clearly explaining us the cost that we have associated with the product and the revenue that is associated. It's easy for us to decision making, right? And we would be able to identify the margin of safety. By calculating margin of safety, there are a number of advantages that we can enjoy, right? But at the same time, don't forget, it was tested a couple of times with regard to the limitation. What are the limitations? You remember we discussed. We were assuming selling price are linearly related with the volume. But in reality, it may not happen. It may not happen, right? Because you know why? To achieve more sales, we may give the discounts. We may give the discount. So then it's not a straight line. It will be a curve. It will be a what? Curve. It's not as linearly related. Same thing for the variable cost. Variable cost, we are assuming what? Linearly related with the what? Number of units. But sometimes when you are buying in bulk, you may be getting what? Discounts. You may be getting what? Discounts. So then you won't be getting the what? Straight line. It will be a once again curve. Then very important that you have highlighted with regard to the fixed overhead, step fixed cost. But here we are assuming fixed overhead will remain constant. There are certain occasions we may get the what? Step fixed cost. Fourth one, very, very important one. Yeah, we are assuming the production is always equals to what? Sales. But most often we are dealing with the what? Stock. Most often we are dealing with the what? Stock. Very rarely we will come across with the what? Production equals to what? Sales. If you say the stock, entire break even should have been eliminated from our syllabus. Then you may ask the question from me, why are we learning this part? It is of course necessary because there are certain industry or certain businesses. We do deal with the what? JIT processes, just in time production. So when it comes to just in time, because that is what we said about modern business environment. We talked about modern business environment. So modern business environment only we say what? JIT. Zero inventory. Then the break even is what? Need. Say for an example, the service organization. Are you proof? Desperately, they are supposed to calculate what? Break even. Am I clear to you? So those are, and you remember we talked about there are three types of a break-even diagram. One is a traditional break-even chart. Another one is a contribution break-even chart. Third one is what? Profit volume chart. Profit volume chart is what? Much more important when it comes to the what? Even next part, multi-product break-even analysis. We are going to draw only the profit volume chart. You remember on the traditional break-even chart, we said this is the what? Sales revenue. This is the what? Total cost. This is what we call it as what? Break even. Agree with me? Break even. But in reality, as I have told you earlier, you will be getting what? Multiple break even point. Because sales revenue is not a straight line. It will be a what? So it goes like this. Second, if you look at the total cost, it comes like this. This is the first break even. This is the what? Second break even. Because after you are making profit, again you will make what? Loss. Because your volume is not connected with the what? Linearly connected with the what? Production. Am I clear to you? So that is what we discuss on the single product break even part. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, and we went on the one past paper questions as well, 10 marks question. Today also we are going to do a couple of questions under break even, including single product and the multi product break even, right? Right, let's get started. Multi product. What is exactly meant by multi product? The company is having more than one product. Company is having what? More than one product. The problem would arise since the company is having more than one product, fixed overhead is common for all the product. Do you all agree with me? If you look at Aripro, they're having ACCA, they're having what? CMA, they're having what? Charter, local charter, CA. They're having a number of products. But the rent is what? Common for what? All the products. Therefore, the fixed overhead is always identified in total and for a particular time period. Only the variable cost what? Will vary. Say for an example, if you look at ACCA, lecturer's payment is different from what? Charter. CA. That is different from what? CMA. Am I correct? That is different from SEMA. Am I clear to you all? Also, different product may have a what? Different selling price structure. We won't be getting the same selling price, and we won't be getting what? Same but variable cost. Then the problem, we will be getting what? Different contribution. Product A is one contribution. Product B is what? Another contribution. But the fixed overhead is common for what? All the products. Do you all agree with me? Now the problem would arise how to calculate break-even numbers. How to calculate break-even numbers. Say for an example, Aripro, listen very carefully. Are you pro? Their total fixed cost is $100,000. Total fixed cost is what? $100,000. ACCA contribution, ACCA contributions, students contribution. Let's say $50, right? Let's take another product, only for two products for the timing, right? CA contribution is what? $150. CA contribution is what? $150 per student, while ACCA is what? $50 per student. Now you tell me how to calculate the break even. Right, okay. One answer that I got as a what? Common point. What is the common point over here? 150 plus 50 divided by 2. So we have one option. How to calculate, BEP units. Very simple. BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. If it is what? One product. But here you are having what? More than one product. If these two products are giving you the same contribution, no problem. You can go with the what? One contribution, common contribution, because that is applicable for both products. The problem that we have, different product is having a what? Different price structure and the cost. Then it will be reported with a what? Different contribution. That is what we have at the moment. So then how are we going to apply the contributions? Very good. One answer that I got as a what? Just have a look. Rather saying the contribution, you are talking about as what? Average contribution. As you said, 50 plus what? 150 divided by 2. Average contribution is what? One answer. But I just want to discuss bit detail with regard to this average contribution. At the same time, different product may have what? Different sales units. Do you agree with me? Different product may have a what? Different sales unit. If you are going to produce and sell same number for both products, you are correct. We can come to what? Average contribution. Whenever you are selling, or which means whenever you are getting the ACC of one student, CA also what? One student. But that won't happen in practical scenario. Do you agree with me? The sales units may get changed. What is meant by break even? The point at which you are recovering all your costs. Therefore, one more things to be applied. We need to come up with a what? Weighted average contribution. Rather applying the contribution to get the more accurate answer, we should come up with a what? Very good, Priyanka. Weighted average contribution. Weighted average contribution. How to calculate weighted average contribution? Total contribution. Total contribution divided by what? Total units. Sales units. How? Let's say the ratio between ACCA and CA, whenever we get 3 ACCA students, we are getting 2 what? CA students. Whenever we get what? 3 what? ACCA, we are getting what? 2 CA students. Then how to calculate total contribution? It's very simple. 3 times what? 50 plus 2 times what? 150. Now it would give you 300, 400. Am I correct? Sorry. Sorry, 150, 450. It will give you what? 450. But this 450, you have got the total contribution for how many units? 5. Divided by 5. Then the weighted average contribution is what? 90. It's not 100. It is what? 90. Then weighted average contribution would be what? More applicable than the what? Average contribution. Average contribution is okay only when if you are producing and selling what? Equal basis. You got my point. Am I clear to you? Because what is meant by break even? The point at which you have recovered all your costs. Therefore, one of the main assumption under multi-product break-even analysis, don't forget, main assumption under any circumstances, sales mix does not change. What is meant by sales mix? We said what? 3:2. That won't change. If that is changing, entire calculation will be wrong. You can't do the calculation. Why? Different product is having a what? Different price structure and the different cost. So what is meant by break even? The point at which you would have covered all your cost. Sometime what will happen? A 5 units, B 4 units. At the same time, when you are increasing A to 7, it does not mean the B what will reduce by 2. It may be different quantity. Why? Different product is having a different price structure and the what? Cost. Am I clear to you? Therefore, one of the main assumptions under what multi-product break-even, under any circumstances, sales mix does not what? Change. That assumption, if you want, you can convert it as a what? Limitations. All the assumptions are what? Limitations. All the assumptions are what? Limitations. Under multi-product, one of the main limitation or assumption is what? Sales mix under any circumstances will not what? Change. Are you clear? Is that understandable? So now, if you look at single product BEP units, BEP, total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. When it comes to multi-product, same total fixed cost. Sorry, instead of using a contribution, we call it as what? Not the average contribution, don't forget. It should be what? Weighted average contribution. Weighted average contribution. How to calculate weighted average contribution? Weighted average contribution equal total contribution divided by total sales units. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Is that clear? Right. Second one is PP sales. How to calculate BP sales? How to calculate BP sales? In a single product, total fixed cost divided by? Very good. Total fixed cost divided by contribution sales ratio, which is what? CS ratio. When it comes to multi-product, same total fixed cost. Can I put the CS ratio or different? What CS ratio? Once again, weighted average CS ratio. How to calculate weighted average CS ratio? It's very simple. Just have a look. Weighted average CS ratio is very simple. Total contribution divided by total sales. Total contribution divided by what? Total sales. Excuse me. Multi-product. You should learn only two things. Summary. How to calculate weighted average contribution. How to calculate weighted average CS ratio. As long as if you are able to calculate both, you can get the any type of a questions were in the exam. I'll give you a small example. We'll do it. You will understand. Then we can come back to the what? Past papers question.
sales is nothing but
Sorry?
BP sales is nothing but they give a point in sales.
Of course, instead of putting the units, they are going to put it in the what value. At which income level you can recover your cost. Say for an example, you said, but ACC your course fee is what 118,000 or something, right? Let's say BP units is 2 students. BP students is 2 students. That is what BP units. What is meant by BP sales? The two, each and every student, what is the selling price? 118,000. 118,000 into 2 is what? 236,000. That is BP sales. I hope you understood.
BP units into sales.
Of course, selling price. Or that is the common formula we do apply. Yeah, of course. Sometimes we have to work backwards. No worries, I'll explain one example. Then it's easy for you to understand the whole part of what we do. I think everything being given where in my study text formula, everything is given. Also, you remember target profit, number of units sold equal, number of units sold equal, profit plus what total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Am I correct? Here what you would do is only one difference, profit plus total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. If it is a sales, weighted average CS ratio. Everything is quite similar to the single product, but the point where whenever you are using the word of what contribution CS ratio and a multi-product, you say what weighted average contribution and weighted average CS ratio. That's all. That's a summary of what multi-product break even. I think another very important information should have been shared with you with regard to the session plan. I have already shared to these people, right? You will be getting very soon. Sometime I may not go with the same order what I have shared with you. You know why? Some other people are new for what ACCA program. So I'll have to go with the step-by-step process. Those who are coming from the management accounting background, I can go with the what ACCA hub order. I can go with that order. But the people who are starting from the scratch, I can't go with that same order what they have given behind the hub. Because for them it will be difficult to understand. Therefore, sometime based on the time and the situation, you absorption, I may change the one, only the order. Only the order, right? Online student, make sure that part. I have already shared to the management, but they may, I don't know, they have forgotten. Shall we get started? Right, just have a look. You can use the calculator behind the exam. Am I correct? Excuse me, you can use the calculator behind the exam. Can the calculator, no? Behind the exam. Yeah, just try to get the scientific one. Because next chapter we are going to start with the what? Linear programming. Linear programming. Under linear programming, some of the equation can be solved by using the calculator with a less time. Rather using the manual system, if you apply via the calculator, it would give you the perfect answer, 2 or 3 decimal places, right, in less time. I will guide you But don't forget, for the online students also, tomorrow make sure to bring two graph paper. Two graph paper tomorrow. Don't forget. Don't forget, it's compulsory tomorrow's class, graph paper. Right? Okay. Let's say there are two products. Product A, listen very carefully. Product B. Right? Product A, product B. Let's say selling price $200. Right? Here selling price is $100. Right? Variable cost. Variable cost. You know what is exactly meant by variable cost, which is a combination of what? Material labor and the variable overhead. Let's say $160. Right? Let's say this is what $50. Now you can get the contributions. Correct? Contribution. $40. Here $50. Right? Expected sales. Expected sales. This is 10,000 units. This is 15,000 units. 10,000 units, and this is what? 15,000 units, right? Okay. I'll try to come with the whole numbers. It's easy for you to do a calculation. Okay. Total fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Let's say $460,000. $460,000. Right? Are you okay with the questions? Company produces and sells two products, A and B. A selling price is $200 and the variable cost is $160. Then we found the contribution is what? $40 per unit. While B selling price is 100 and the variable cost is 50. Therefore, the contribution is what? $50. And they have given the sales mix 10,000 to what? 15,000. What does that mean? Whenever you are selling 10,000 units of what A, you can sell B how many units? 15,000. Therefore, the ratio is what? 2:3. Do you agree with me? Ratio is what? 2:3. Always try to calculate the ratio from the what? Expected sales. Otherwise, the number will become very extensive. Number will become what? Very extensive. Therefore, try to get the ratio then and there. The ratio is what here? 2:3. So these two that I have got from what? 10,000. 3 I have got from what? 15,000 units. Are you clear? Are you clear? Right. My first question. If you want, can you take down or take the snapshot quickly? Don't waste the time. Done. Right. My first question. First question. BEP units. BEP units. Second, excuse me. BEP units. My question. Excuse me. Right. I have already explained to you how to calculate BEP units. That's very straightforward. You said what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Weighted average contribution. Now you will be getting X number of units now. You will be getting what? X number of units. Let's say you got the BEP units as what? 1,000 units. Now my question. If it is 1,000 units, that is what the combination of both products. Combination of both products. No? My question, how to identify individually how many units of A and how many units of B? I hope you understood my question.
No.
Yes, very good. Once again, to identify exactly what is the number of units of A and what is the number of units of B, we are again divide that one into the what? Sales mix ratio. Sales mix ratio. Now I'm going to prove it to you everything. Just have a look now. BP units. Second one is BP sales. Second requirement is what? BP sales. Third requirement, calculate sales revenue to be generated to achieve a profit of $60,000. Here I have said, but calculate total sales revenue. What is meant by total sales revenue? Incorporating what? Both products. Incorporating what? Both products. Right. Let's get started. Listen very carefully. Whenever you get a questions where in the exam with regard to the multi-product, quickly you calculate weighted average contribution and weighted average CS ratio. After calculating those two parts, then you can get started of answering the what requirement, right? Let's quickly calculate weighted average contribution. How to calculate weighted average contribution? How to calculate weighted average contribution? Total contribution. Total contribution divided by total sales. Total sales. So now look at the question. Look at the question. It's clearly given. Contribution per unit is what for A? How much? 40. B how much? 50. And they have given the expected sales units is what? 10,000 units into 15,000 units. From 10,000 and 15,000, I got the ratio. We try to work with the ratio. It's easy. Otherwise, the number will become what? Very extensive. Number will become what? Very extensive. It's not a problem. It's not wrong. You can go to calculate the total contribution. 10,000 units times what? 40 plus what? 15,000 units times what? 50. It's a total contribution. Divided by total sales unit. 10,000 plus 15,000. Since we are going to deal with the what ratio 2:3, it's very easy for us to what save the time, and we will be dealing with the what easiest values numbers, right? So the total contribution would be for product A, you know 40 and 50. 40 times what? 2, correct? Plus 50 times what? 3 divided by 2 plus 3. Am I correct? What is the weighted average contribution? 150, 90, 240, no? $230. $230 divided by 5. That would give you how much? 46 per unit. This is what? Weighted average contribution. Weighted average contribution. Now let's calculate what? Weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average CS ratio. What is the formula? Weighted average CS ratio. Total contribution divided by total sales. Already we got the numerator, total contribution. Do you agree with me? Therefore, in the exam, you don't need to calculate again, which is how much? 230. Very simple. 40 times what? 2 plus what? 50 times 3, that is the total contribution. Now we'll have to get what? Total sales. Total sales, you know the selling price, 200 and 100. Am I correct? 200 and 100. 200 times what? 2. 100 times what? 3. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Now, what is the numerator total? 230. Correct? Denominator? 400 and 500. No. 300. 700. I'm sorry. 700. Now, what is the ratio? How much? Okay. Always try to work with the 4 to 5 decimal places behind the exam. Most often, you'll be getting that 4 to 5 decimal places for the weighted average CS ratio. At least try to work with the 4 to 5 decimal places for weighted average CS. 0.857. That is weighted average CS ratio. Now we can answer for all part of the requirement where under break even. As long as if you found these two requirements, you can answer for any type of a question under multi-product. First, let's calculate. Excuse me. Listen very carefully. We'll go very slowly. I'm going to explain the both part. I'm going to prove it to you. The BP sales. BP sales, I'm going to prove it to you. Right? First one is BP units. BP units equal total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. Total fixed cost is 460,000. Correct? Weighted average contribution is how much? 46. Then how much? 10,000 units. So that is BP unit incorporating both products. Do you all agree with me? Company's BP units is for 10,000 units incorporating what? Both products. If you want to calculate what individual products separately, as you said, you have to go back to the what? Ratio. You have to go back to the what? Ratio, which is what? 2 is to 3. 2 is to 3, no? Right? Then 10,000 divided by for A 2 over 5. Correct? That would give you 4,000. Correct? Here B 10,000 divided by 3 is to 5. That would give you what? 6,000 units. Are you clear, BP units? Are you clear, BP units? Sometime examiner may ask from you what is the total BP units. Sometimes they may ask you to give a what? Individual numbers. Clear? But if you would have referred the study text, they would have used a what? Different method from calculating BP sales to BP units. But easiest way is what? Calculate the BP units itself. Now you tell me, if you want to calculate BP sales, how to calculate BP sales? What is meant by BP sales? BP sales means what? Total fixed cost divided by weighted average CS ratio. That is one way of getting the answers. Do you agree with me? One way of getting the answers what? Total fixed cost divided by weighted average CS ratio. What is another method of getting the BP sales? BP units multiplied by selling price. Do you all agree with me? Online student, do you all agree with me? There are two ways of calculating BP sales. One is what? BP units times what? Selling price. Another one is what? Total fixed cost divided by what? CS ratio. Now you already calculated what? BP units. For A 4,000 units, B how many units? 6,000. Now you know the selling price of what? A. What is the selling price? A 200 or 100. A selling price 200. Then how much? 800,000. Correct? 800,000. Here, times what? 100. That would give you what? 600,000. Altogether, how much? 1.4 million. Am I correct? There's another method of calculating BP sales. Sometimes it may give you small different answer because of what? Decimal places. Small different answer because of what? Decimal places. BP sales equal, you know, total fixed cost divided by weighted average CS ratio. Total fixed cost is 460,000. Weighted average CS ratio you found 0.32 something, no? You told me. 32857. 857. How much? One 1.4 million almost. Excuse me. That would give you 1.4 million. Sometime there's a small different answer due to the what? Since we are working with the 4-5 decimal places. If you try to work with the whole decimal places, the answer would be what? Accurate. No problem in the exam. Marks will be provided for both answers. Now look at, we have proved both answers are what? Same. That's why I'm telling you, whenever you come across what multi-product break-even, you should remember only two things. Weighted average contribution and what? Weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average contribution and weighted average CS ratio. As long as if you are able to calculate these two, you can answer any questions were in the exam under multi-product. But the multi-product comes from the single product, but single product only the examiner may twist you in different angle. R. Up or down? Is it visible? Yes, Sri Vatsa answer is correct. 1.4 million and 6 because that you are getting 6 due to the what problem with the what decimal places. It won't be an issue. Examiner will give you the marks for the both answers. Excuse me, your study text, it's given as only what? Weighted average CS ratio. BP sales equal total fixed cost divided by what? CS ratio. I have explained the both method to prove ultimately both are same. Any method is okay in the exam. Down from the questions. Up, no? Okay. Now, with that knowledge, can you answer for the next part of the requirement? Calculate sales revenue needs to be generated to achieve a profit of what? $60,000. So sales revenue that I'm asking for the total sales, incorporating what? Both products. Am I correct? Can you try quickly? What is the sales revenue? That's the requirement. What is the sales revenue that needs to be generated to achieve a profit of how much? $60,000.
Can everyone scan this QR code and mark your address?
What's the answer? What's the answer? What's the answer? Excuse me.
14 lakhs 60,000.
14 lakhs 16,000. 68,000. 60,000. 14 lakhs 60,000. Have you all got the same answer? Have you all got the same answer? Yeah, Umar has got different answer. 1,582,608.70. Malavika has got 80,000 and 120,000. Right? Excuse me. Very straightforward question. Very straightforward question. What is the requirement? What is the company sales revenue which is needed? To get a profit of how much? 6. Sales revenue needed equal target profit plus what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average CS ratio. Target profit is what? 60,000. Total fixed cost 460,000 divided by weighted average CS ratio. You have calculated 0. How much? 0.3257. That would give you how much? Same answer. What you said? $520,000 divided by 1.5. Yeah, only I think Umar has got that 1,582,608.70. Correct.
Then if we subtract 60,000, it will not be breaking.
What is the requirement here? What is the requirement? If the company wants to maintain a what? 60,000 profit, how much the sales that the company needs to generate incorporating both products? Right? Fixed overhead will remain constant. It does not change. Only what variable costs tend to vary according to the activity level. Can't you remember the way we discussed yesterday's class? I have even explained to you how we have derived the formula. Right, just have a look. I'll go back and explain to you. Sales, right, minus total variable cost equals to what? Contribution. Minus total fixed cost equals to what? Profit. Agree with me? If you want to get a profit of what X amount, let's say you want to make a profit of 100,000, then fixed overhead will remain constant. Let's say the fixed overhead is what, 50,000. Then obviously the contribution would be how much? Effectively 150,000. Am I correct? Then only you can make a profit of what? 100,000. So if you want to make a profit of 100,000, your contribution should be 150,000. Let's say contribution per unit is what? $30 per unit. Then how many units you are supposed to produce? 5,000 units you are supposed to produce and sell to make a profit of what? 100,000. So yesterday from this we derived the what formula? Number of units sold equal target profit plus what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. If the examiner asks you to calculate what is the sales needs to be generated, instead of putting the contribution, you're supposed to put what? CS ratio. Now come back to what? Your problem. So you tell me now what's the problem? I can give a solutions. Here. Excuse me. Make sure summary. Once again, I'm telling you, this is a but very lamest topic, very easiest topic in the syllabus. You have to remember only 4 things: single product na contribution, multi product na weighted average contribution. Single product na CS ratio to calculate BEP sales, multi product what? Weighted average CS ratio. Even for the target profit, number of units sold, everything what? Instead of applying the what? Contribution, here we are using a what? Weighted average contribution. No question which would be tested where in the exam apart from the question what we are discussing where in the class under break even. Break even is one of the what? Easiest topic where in the syllabus. Therefore, there should not be a room to what? Lose the marks under break even. If you are not getting the correct answer for break even, it will be a problem with the what? All the other areas. Right? Therefore, don't make any mistakes where in the break even. Break evens are what? Very easiest part. You'll have to remember, but that won't be given where in the exam. Formulae won't be provided where in the exam. You'll have to remember only 4 things. Just have a look. But I have expected something more from you all, but you all making mistake in the what very easiest areas. Single product, single product. This is what multi product. BEP. Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. Here what? Total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. How to calculate weighted average contribution? Total contribution divided by number of units. Next one is BP sales. Total fixed cost divided by TS ratio. Here what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Weighted average TS ratio. Right? Last one, number of units sold to achieve a what? Target profit. If it is number of units sold, total fixed costs or target profit plus total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution. Here, total fixed cost divided by, target profit plus total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. Last part. Sometimes they will ask, what is the sales revenue to be generated to achieve a X amount of profit? Correct? Then the target profit plus what? Total fixed cost. CS ratio. If it is about multi-product, only one difference. If it is a multi-product, only one difference. What is that? Target profit plus what? Total fixed cost divided by what? Weighted average GS ratio. This is the summary what we have discussed from yesterday's to until now. Only we were talking about what? These four parts. Are you all clear? Online student, are you all okay? Online. Any questions? Karishma? Arakia? If you have any questions, please put them forward. Right, only one more part to be discussed under multi-product break-even, which is what multi-product break-even diagrams. We will discuss in some time. We try to get started with the what now couple of past papers question. Then we will go back to the what break-even diagrams. Break-even diagrams. December 2016, past paper question.
This is the actual. Same.
Yeah. But that is not sales. This is not a contribution. That is not sales. This is the sales. We'll do one 10 marks past paper question for timing. I want everyone to attempt the question, make mistakes, no problem. Make mistake. He'll rectify your mistakes. Because already I have explained the one example. No. Now you'll have to get familiar of what answering the questions were in the exam. You all have started to do the questions behind the hub as well, no? ACC hub. I will start it chapter wise. We almost have completed main 4 chapters, including the break even. Have you all started? Not yet. Why? You have only 1.5 months more for your exam. You are having exam when March 5th, no? Only 1.5 month more. You should get start of what attempting the question where the ACC hub. Chapter wise, you can do it because don't delay because this subject is not like other subject. I can't keep on giving the sermon for each and every class. I'm not putting the hard tone. I'm telling the truth. Don't be startled when you are looking the paper just for the exam, right? So you have to put the great effort. You can't seriously. I'm telling you, you can't depend on the lecturers. I can give you the knowledge. However much that you are practicing but at home, that will help you to pass the exam. Otherwise, you will regret. Otherwise, you will regret. You know the global pass rate is what 40 to 44% for the last 6 years. Last 6 years, the global pass rate is what 40 to 44%. This subject cannot be done the way you approach for other module. To be honest, I'm telling you, including the online student, try to understand the fact. Same approach what you did for other module. If you go with the same approach, it won't give you any benefits. You should have a 360 view. There are some questions we'll be discussing next week. There are some 20 marks questions. There is no proper structure. After you are reading the question only, you will have to develop a structure to get the answer your own way. I'm not putting the hard tone. I'm telling the fact. Your money, your time, you should get the benefit. You can use me to do some questions. Give an example, break even maximum I can do what 2 or 3 questions. Linear programming 2 or 3 questions. I won't say and I don't say. Same question which would be tested behind the exam. I will give you the knowledge only behind the class. Seriously, I'm telling you. But later, you will point out of the lecturer because he doesn't do more, because I will do. That's why each and every chapter, we are trying our well best to what cover the one essay type and one 10 marks question. That is my plan. I'm giving you the knowledge. You try to use that knowledge to answer because you have a time. At least spend about 1.5 hours at home to practice what ACC hub question. There are some questions which is very straightforward, theory based information system. For those area and all, you should get what 100% marks. It won't be twisted. No, it is basically what copy and paste, same theory. Am I correct? Therefore, please start to do the question because some of the OT questions will be twisted. So as you are practicing only, you will get to know how it has been tested behind the exam already. Then you will have a knowledge on which way the examiner trouble us. Therefore, please start to do all the questions. All the questions. Before you get started, the questions were in the hub. You try to go through my questions without looking the answers. Try yourself and go to the hub question. Try to spend about 1.5 hours every day. 1.5 hours every day for this performance management. Don't ever think that it can be done in the last minute troubleshooting. So some people, what they try to do is they try to focus the last week or 10 days. It won't give you the support to pass the exam for PM. There's a slight chance of passing the financial accounting pillar, but PM, no way. You should have about 360 view. Online student, have you all got the answers? At least first part of the questions. Very straightforward one. First part of the questions. Sanjana has got the answers. Sanjana says 47.7. I think correct, Sanjana. I think correct. Same answer. Very good. What about the answer for the second part of the question?
2.3.
No, I think their answer is correct. I remember. Excuse me. Whenever you attempt the questions where in the exam, first read, try to get the what important part that needs to be what highlighted, because you can't come back. If any piece of information which is required for you to get the answers, try to quickly what mark it. 5,93,000. Okay. Sanjana, have you got the answer? Uma, Karishma, 5 lakh. How much? 90. Option C. What about you all? Doing last one, corner. First one, are you okay? Okay, good, good. Hey, we will double check. Third one, Sanjana, Umar, have you all got the answer? Karishma, Emily. Excuse me. In the exam, lengthier question is the easiest question based on my experience. There are a lot of what unwanted informations. Do you want times? Can I start? Or are you okay? Excuse me. Sanjana, have you got the answer for the second part, third part of the requirement? Umar? Excuse me. I'm asking from you all the small question. If you do not know single product break even, can you understand multi-product? Then if you were absent for yesterday's class, can you understand the today's class? That will be like a what? Unknown language movies. Umar, second one, I think they have got 593 or something. Anyway, we'll discuss. You keep your answer as it is, Umar. No problem. Umar, you keep your answer as it is. I will put on the screen. Then you can double check where you went wrong. That's the best way of what learning. That is what I used to tell to everyone. Rectify your mistakes. Shall I? Yeah, I can give 15 minutes. No, that's not a problem. I can give 15 minutes for these questions maximum. To be honest, I'm telling you, I like to do what more complicated questions every time. Not because of any other reason, just to learn something new. This is December 2016. See, A for second one. Okay. Third one, A. We'll double check, right? I don't know. Can anyone start off reading the question, please? Can you? Okay. Are you in the first para? Yeah, Events is a company which specializes in organizing supporting events in major cities. Right, okay. There are two products. This is what profit maximizing organizations, they're conducting what two events. One is a full marathon, another one is what half marathon. So that is their products. That is their products. Therefore, first full marathon, another one is half marathon. Yes, Ghost. Excuse me. One piece of information being provided. with regard to the selling price. With regard to the what? Selling price. Full marathon selling price is how much? Selling price $55 per marathon. For half marathon, it is what? $30 per half marathon. Right? Go ahead. Right, okay. Maximum entries. That is what? Expected sales units. That is what? Expected sales units. They have given you. Expected number of marathon. For full, which is what? 20,000. And for half, which is what? 14,000. Look at the way of just collecting the information, right? So we got only two pieces of information from what? Two paragraphs, right? Yes, go ahead. Right, okay. Clearly given. They have given number of components which are related as a what? Variable cost. So that amount is not provided at that particular paragraph. We will read, right? Go ahead. Right, okay. Great. So now they have given the another piece of information with regard to the what? Variable cost, and the what? Fixed cost. First variable cost is what? Race packs, right? For full marathon, race packs, I just put it as a what? One of the variable cost, which is how much? 15.80. For half marathon, 10.80. Water stations, another variable cost, which is a 2.40 per marathon. Here 1.20 per marathon. Before they give this information, in the previous para, clearly they said what? These are the what? Variable costs. Now, since we have got what? Selling price and the variable cost, now we can identify quickly what? Contribution. You remember, if ever possible to identify the contribution, calculate it. Let's get the what? Contribution part. Uh, 55 minus 15.80 minus what? 2.40. That would give you how much? Sorry? 36.8. Half marathon? 88. $18 per marathon. Right? And they have given the fixed cost. One is council fee, which is what? 300,000, which is applicable for what? Half as well as what? Full marathon. Risk assessment and insurance, 50,000. Once again, what? For both marathon. Marketing and photography, altogether total fixed cost is how much? 385,000. This information that has been given via in the question. So you'll have to read this question in 3 to 4 minutes time. This information should have been picked in 2 to 3 minutes time. Now we can answer for any part of the requirement. Let's go back to the first requirement. First requirement. If hair events decide to host only for the full marathon. Yeah, that is what. Are they talking about the, excuse me, information initially being provided with regard to the what? 2 marathons. But now they say what? The requirement, if they are going to host a what? Only 1 marathon, that is what? Full marathon. What is the margin of safety? First, you tell me how to calculate margin of safety if there is only one product. Most percentage equal most units divided by expected sales times what? 100. Now, first we'll have to calculate what? Most units. Am I correct? How to calculate most units? Expected sales, that is given. How many marathon? That is 20,000 marathon. Expected marathon, number of marathon, minus what? BEP marathon. Correct? Since we are going to host only one events, let's calculate the BEP for the what? A full marathon. So now BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by, so you can't put the weighted average contribution. The requirement is what? If they are going to host a what? Only one marathon, right? Then the total fixed cost we have found 385,000. Contribution per unit is how much? 36.8. Then what is the BEP marathon? BEP marathon 460. Yeah, no, we can make it 1. It should be 2. Whenever you are dealing with the even 46.11, less than 5 even, you have to make it to what? Rounding up. Because the break even, the point at which you are recovering all your costs. Therefore, always it's what? Rounding up, not the rounding down. Always is what? Rounding up when it comes to the what? Number of units. Now we found the what? BEP units. Now we can calculate what? Most units. Most units equal expected sales. They have given us what? 20,000 marathon. Expected marathon 20,000 minus what? BEP, which is how much? 10,462. Then what is the margin of safety? Margin of safety in terms of units. $9,000. $538. Thank you. Now most percentage, that is the requirement. 9,538 divided by what? 20,000 times 100. That will give you 47.7%. Nearest one decimal place. It depends on the requirement. Yes, only one decimal place. Let's have a break. Right after the break, we'll continue the other part of the requirement. Take a break and come. Other. Umar, we will double check where you went wrong when we are discussing the second part of the answer. Right, shall we continue? Online, shall we? Right, what is the second part of the requirement? Assuming that the race entries are sold in a constant sales mix base. Right. Assuming that the race entries are sold in a constant sales mix, based on the expected race entry numbers, what is the sales revenue hair events need to achieve in order to the break even? What is a very simple requirement? What is the BP sales? What is the requirement? Calculate the what? BP sales. That's also very easy. Not the individual sales revenue, company sales revenue. Am I correct? So how to calculate BP sales? It's very straightforward. BEP sales equal total fixed cost divided by weighted average CS ratio. You know what is the total fixed cost, which is 385,000. Also, already we have calculated weighted average CS ratio. Do you remember that? Before I get started with the answers, I have told you we need to calculate the what? Weighted average CS ratio. I don't know whether I have shown you. Did we? No, no, we did. So then, what do we do with the ratio? 20 is to 14. 10 is to 7. Am I correct? Ratio 10 is to 7 ratio. Correct? Now let's calculate the weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average CS ratio. Total contribution divided by what? Total sales. So the ratio we found 10 is to 7. Therefore, contribution 10 is to 36.8 plus 7 into 18 divided by 10 into 36, 55 plus 7 into 30. Do you all agree with me? Do you all agree with me? Weighted average CS ratio. Am I correct? Then what is the numerator? Total numerator? 988. Numerator Total contribution divided by total sales. Sorry? Let me know the numerator and denominator. 494. 494 divided by sorry 760. Then what is the CS ratio? Weighted average CS ratio? 0.6. Same answer. Are you all backing the answers? 0.65. Meantime, shall we quickly calculate the weighted average contribution as well? That's easy. So when it comes to the next part of the requirement, we need to calculate what? Weighted average contribution. Therefore, we will calculate that part also. It's easy. Weighted average contribution. You know, total contribution divided by what? Total contribution divided by number of units. Am I correct? Total contribution divided by total number of units. So total contribution already you know 494. Am I correct? 10 times 36.8 plus 7 times 18. Total number of units is 10 plus what? 7. Then what is the weighted average contribution? Weighted average contribution 29 point. Very good. 29.05. Now you know the weighted average contribution and you know the what? CS ratio. Clear? Now let's go back to the requirement. Can you quickly take down this part of the answers? Weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average total contributions. Are you all okay? Done? Let's get connected with the question number 2. Question number 2. BP sales 385,000 divided by what is the CS ratio? 0.65. That would give you how much? How much? BP sales. 592,000 something. Yeah, 592,307 or something. But the nearest answer they have given. Yeah, excuse me. My questions. If they would have given you 592 and 593,000, both answer, what would be the most suited one? 93 or 92?
92.
92 is the closest one. Because you know 592,000. No. This is a BP sales, no. So when it comes to BP units only, you have to make it to the rounding up. BP units, right? So, but anyway, examiner, they won't make you alter the confusion with regard to the BP because BP is very difficult to deal when it comes to the what decimal places, right? So here 593,000, 593,000, correct? Now, third requirement. Easiest way of getting the answer is my method, not the method which is given where in your study text or hub. Easiest one is my method. I can prove it to you. How to calculate BP units? Total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. Listen. Total fixed cost divided by Umar, are you okay with the question number 3? Umar, are you okay? Question number 2. I don't know where you made mistake. You told me. I don't know, question number 2 or question number 3. I forgot. Okay, I'll put the question number 3 as well, and let's double check. Right? Question number 3. The question says, here Evans wishes to achieve a minimum total profit of how much? 500,000 for running festival. What are the number of entries have Here Evans will have to sell for each race, half marathon as well as for full marathon, in order to achieve the level of profit? Assuming once again what? The sales mix is what? Constant. Number of units to be sold equal target profit plus total fixed cost. Total fixed cost divided by what? Weighted average contribution. Just putting the contribution. Here we are going to put the what? Weighted average contribution. Therefore, number of units sold equal target profit plus total fixed cost divided by weighted average contribution. Correct? What is the target profit here? 500,000. What is the total fixed cost? 385,000. Already you found the weighted average contribution. It's here 29.05. Am I correct? 29.05. That would give you how many events? How many races? How many races? 304. 55 or 65? 54. Yeah. Let's say 55. 30,455 total marathon, half and the what? Full, to get a profit of how much? 500,000. To get a profit of what? 500,000. But the requirement is what? Calculate what? Individual. How many half marathon? How many full marathon? But the question also says what? Sales mix what? Does not change. So now you know full marathon, 304,000, sorry, 30,455 divided by 17 times what? 10. 10 divided by 15. No. The total is 17, no? Total is 17, right? Then to full marathon times 10, right? That would give you how much? 17,000. 914, right? Half marathon, 30,455 divided by 17 times 7. That would give you how much? 12,000. So what is the closest answer now? Umar, are you okay? Where you went wrong? Shall we move on? Next part of the requirement. Next part of the requirement is question number 4. Question number 4. Look at the question. Look at the question. You tell me without doing any calculations. You tell me without doing any calculation, but I can prove it to you through the calculation whether we are getting the same answer or not, right? Thai Events is also considering including 10-kilometer race during the running festival. Apart from the half marathon and the full marathon, they are going to introduce another product, which is 10-kilometer race during the running festival. It expects the race will have an entry fee. That is selling price is how much? $20 per race, and the variable cost is 8. Now we can get the contribution, which is 12. Correct? Fixed cost associated with this race, total fixed cost is how much? 48,000. Shall we quickly calculate the BEP? BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit, which is 48,000 divided by 12. 4,000 races. Correct? Correct? Now let's go back to the requirement. Let's go back to the requirement. If the selling price per competitor and the variable cost per competitor and the total fixed cost 10-kilometer race all increase by 10%. All increase by how many percentage? So these three components only, which is related with your break even. Do you agree with me? If all three components are increasing by 10%, my first question, will there be any problem with the break even? Are you going to get the same break even or different break even? If all are going to increase the same percentage, you will be getting the same break even point. If all three yeah, of course, since the selling price. Excuse me, don't memorize in the exam. I'm going to prove it to you. Excuse me, I'm going to prove it to you through the calculations. Without the calculation, I'm telling you all, without doing any prior calculations, I can tell you all, if all three components which is associated with the BEP calculation are increasing the same percentage, nothing will happen to BEP. But BEP sales which would change since there has a increment in the selling price. If you want, I can prove it to you. Just have a look. Let's say selling price is increasing by 10%. New selling price 22. Correct? New variable cost 8.8. Correct? New contribution that would give it to 9. 13.2. Am I correct? New total fixed cost 52,200. Correct? New BEP 52,200 divided by what? Contributions per unit, which is how much? 13.2. What is the number of races? 4,000 races. Just see, you are going to get what? Same answer. There are no changes with regard to the BEP. But BEP sales will get changed because you got a two different selling price. How? The first part of the BEP is BEP sales 4,000 times 20, which is $80,000. Right? Second part 4,000 times $22, which is how much? $88,000. Now, with some sort of numbers I have proved to you, right? BEP units won't change, but BEP sales will get changed. Therefore, what would be the correct answer? Volume will not change. Revenue will change. Clear? Is that understandable? Online, are you all okay? Emily? Arutra? Arokya? Are you all okay? Excuse me. Excuse me. Even when I am trying this third part of the requirement, excuse me, even if I am trying this question where in the exam, I will do some sort of a calculation and finding whether my answer is what correct or wrong. I won't memorize that one. I won't memorize. I do what some sort of a calculation and getting what whether answers are what correct or wrong. Then we will have a confidence on it. Small calculation we did it and we found there's no changes where in the break even point, only the changes that you would see where in the BP sales. Correct. Question number 5. Question number 5. Which of the following statements are related to the cost volume profit analysis are true? Alright. Okay. We will do that question right after completion of what our BP diagrams. You're supposed to do the diagram for multi-product. Little bit of a complicated part. Drawing, sketching the graph for the multi-product. You'll have to follow my steps. If you are following my steps, you can get the idea how to sketch the graph for the BEP for multi-products. In our syllabus, we have a BEP sales zone. How to identify the BEP sales by sketching the graph. BEP units is not in our syllabus. If you want, I can explain the BEP units also, but that won't be tested where in the exam. Only BEP sales which would be tested. When I'm explaining the BEP sales, I will tell you how to get the BEP units also. Right? Okay, Uma, no problem. We will do that question right after completion of BEP diagrams. BEP, because that question which is related with the diagrams, BEP diagrams. Excuse me, we have only one diagram if it is a multi-product. Listen the steps. Multi-product BEP diagrams. We have only profit, volume chart. We will sketch the profit volume chart. Through that, we would be getting only BEP sales. BEP sales. Excuse me. Let's have a look. Before we get started with this part, I just want to introduce part in detail. But you don't have to go for that extent. Just for the knowledge building perspective, I'm explaining to you. When you're dealing multi-product break-even where in your company, there are two break-even points. One break-even, we call it as what? Standard mix break-even. What is the break-even? It can be a units or it can be even a BEP sales. One is for the standard mix. What is exactly meant by standard mix? Incorporating all the product, you produce what? Sell. You will produce and sell. Then you will be getting what? Standard mix what? BEP. So you know the standard mix. You know what is exactly meant by standard mix. Then you can get the what? BEP units or BEP sales. Incorporating what? All the products. That's another break-even point. One after the other. Excuse me. Let's have a look. One after the other. What is exactly meant by one after the other? When you are running a business, you may be able to identify what are the products which is what lucrative. So if you want to recover your costs quickly, what you can do is you can give the more priority for what? Most lucrative product. Do you all agree with me? You can produce and sell what? Most profitable product at first. least profitable product, you can sell it what? Later. If that is the case, quickly you can recover your cost. Do you all agree with me? Therefore, when it comes to multi-product break-even, there are two types of a break-even will be resulted at the same company. One we call it as what? Standard mix break-even. Another break-even we call it as what? One after the other. One after the other. But to get the standard mix break-even, we'll have to get start one after the other. Then only we can get the what? Standard mix break-even. There are few steps to be followed when you are drawing a what? Multi-product break-even diagrams. Right? Take down the steps. Small heading, multi-product break-even diagram. Multi-product break-even diagram. Subheading profit volume graph. Profit volume graph. Profit volume graph. Within the bracket BEP sales. Profit volume graph. Within the bracket what? BEP sales. Next line. Steps are given as follows. Steps are given as follows. Take down the first step. Identify the CS ratio for all the product. Identify or calculate the CS ratio for all the products. Calculate or identify the CS ratio for all the products. All the products. Right? Second requirement, sorry, second step, rank the product, rank the product, rank the product, rank the product based on CS ratio. Based on CS ratio. Third step, calculate the profit. Calculate the profit or loss. Calculate the profit or loss for the corresponding cumulative sales revenue. For the corresponding cumulative or cumulative sales revenue. For the corresponding cumulative sales revenue. Cumulative sales revenue. Excuse me, why I have used the word of what? Cumulative sales revenue? Why I have used the word of what without using the word of sales revenue? I have used the word of what? Cumulative sales revenue. Why? What's the reason? No, just think and tell me. Instead of using the sales revenue, I have used the word of what? Cumulative sales revenue. Under multi-product. Why I have used the word of what? Cumulative sales revenue. What's the reason? Online students. It's very straightforward. Since you are producing and selling more than one product, the company is having what? More than one product. Since you are doing more than one product, combination of all the product, we can't call it as what? Sales revenue. We call it as what? Cumulative sales revenue. Am I correct? The fourth step, sketch the graph. Sketch the graph. That is the fourth step. sketch the graph. Right. Quickly, we'll go back to the questions where in my study material. So that question we will try here, and then we will go for a one past paper questions. Right. Somebody showed. Yeah. There's a one question. There's a question, 20 marks question. Take that question first. I would explain to you. How are we going to sketch? There's a question where it has been uploaded under which section? There's a question from the Priyanka. Excuse me. There's a question from Priyanka. She says, will they ask us to sketch the graph in exam or just interpretation? Only the interpretation from the graph. But you can do an interpretation by knowing what is exactly meant by what? Graph. Without having a knowledge with regard to the what? Graph, you can't give an interpretation. Therefore, we need to get ready for what? Sketching the graph. Even for the next chapter, tomorrow's chapter, linear programming, very complicated one. It's not like a break even. It's not like a break even. We are going to deal with the what? Multiple limiting factor. Multiple limiting factor. You'll have to bring the two graph paper. Break even is very easy. For that also, we will be sketching the graph. But the exam, you don't need to sketch the graph. Graph will be provided. We'll have to get the answer from the graph. To get the answer from the graph, you should know how to draw first what? Graph. So that's why I'm teaching you what? The whole part of the syllabus. Which angle they can test it, no problem. We'll have to get ready for everything. First, can you all read? Priyanka, I hope you understood. That is under which section that questions? No, in the questions part, it's in there. What is the tute? That is basically just to inform to the what online student. Or you can drop it to the message. They have sent. Okay, it's in the group. Mango leather, page number 57. That is, of course, not a past paper question. Mango leather. It's not a past paper question. Look at the question itself. It says, as the exams are tested as CBE, computer-based examinations, candidates will will not have to draw a graph. However, it is good practice to attempt a question such as this part of a robust revision program. In the exam, graph will be part of the question scenario, and candidates may be asked to provide further calculations or analysis. Can you all try? Don't do the B part. Don't do the B part. I will explain the B part. How are we going to draw the break-even diagram? Can you answer for the part A, please? Part A. Calculating BEP sales. 20 marks questions. 20 marks questions. I will explain how to sketch the graph. That is 8 marks. Part B. You answer for part A, please. Part A, please.
This will help me gain my knowledge as well as my
BP says. BP says. This is my third or fourth question. Even though if you weren't up there in the class, after doing some questions, you could have got the answer. That is for the what 3 marks. What is the answer? BP says. What's the answer? Yeah, Sanjana who have got the answers. Sanjana's answer says 1,578,231. 1,578,231.29. What about your answers? 60? 1,000 something. Yeah, Karishma, you are. Yeah, Sanjana, you made mistake somewhere. I think small calculation. 1 million? No. Yeah, 1,618,114. 1,618,114. Yeah, that's okay. Between 110 to 120 marks will be provided by the exam. Since we are dealing with the what? Decimal places. Have you all got the answers? Front row? Same answer. What about you all? Madam? Have you all got the answers? No. Same answer. Super. Same. Super. Right. I'll put on the board. There are 3 products. Bags. 4 products. Belts. Belt. Shoes and jackets. Let's get the selling price first. Selling price, which is $400. Here $125. This is $150 and $300. $300. The questions being given. Mango has been in the clothing market for last 3 years and operates in an industry which is very competitive and volatile. Very competitive and what? Volatile. Mango's management accountant has heard that the break-even analysis could be used to assess the risk of the business and help decision making. Excuse me. In case examiner asks a question from you, what is the advantage of what? Break-even. What is the advantage of what? Or what are the advantages of what? Break-even. One answer is where in the question itself. What is that answer? Mango's management accountant has heard that the break-even analysis could be used to assess the risk of the business and help what? That is one of the advantage. You don't need to memorize. It's given where in the question itself. You can write that answer. The following information on Mango and its product portfolio is available. Figures are per annum. So they have given the sales volume, selling price, variable cost, excluding what? Material cost. And the material leather per unit requirement is given. Material is one and only material that the company is using, which is what? Leather. They have given the what? Material requirement. And the later part of the what question, they have given the cost of the what? Leather. Last para. Leather is regularly used in the production of all the product above. Leather is the one and only material that is what regularly used. The company has recently discovered that there is likely to be shortage of leather on the market for the coming year. They found there will be a shortage for the leather in the coming year. Leather used in the production is bought from a supplier on a JIT basis. Do you think if you go for a JIT basis, for the timing you have used a JIT basis, correct? But in future, it's very clear there will be a shortage. Since if there is a shortage in future, if you try to go with the JIT system, will it be suitable for the company? If you knew in advance there will be a shortage, no, that is not a good move. If you try to go for a JIT system, if you know there will be a shortage in future, you won't be able to get the what? Raw material. Why? There is a shortage. What is meant by JIT system? Just in time purchase. As soon as if the leather is required, you will place the order. That is what we have learned under JIT system. Am I correct? Excuse me, whenever you read the cases, some of the important, before you go through the what requirement, some of the important points to be highlighted. Then only theory based question you can write down. As I have clearly explained to you in the previous session, you can't write down the answers what I have given where in my what PowerPoint or what study material. Each and every answer should be connected with that particular what company cases. That's why I'm step by step what reading these 20 marks question, right? Because they are talking about JIT system. Then you should know what is meant by JIT. JIT means what? Just in time production system. As soon as what material is required, you will purchase the material from the what? Supplier. So when you are purchasing this material from the supplier, we have learned there are two approaches. One is what? Competitive approach. Another one is what? Collaborative approach. Competitive approach means when you are purchasing the material from the supplier, you will find out who is the what best supplier, which is giving you the what lowest price, higher quality item. Collaborative supplier, you'll have to check all the supplier which they have to be based in the geographical area. Then only quickly you can get the material from what your supplier. So you have to go for that extent. What I'm talking here, what is exactly meant by JIT. Now there will be a contradict point over here. Company currently using a JIT system. At the same time, company knew there will be a shortage in the material for future. Then the JIT will not support you. In future, it won't support you. For the time being, it would be what? Okay. On JIT basis, $60 per meter. But now, enough material can be sourced from what supplier to satisfy the production requirement. Now you have a sufficient material. You can get the sufficient material from the one supplier. The problem that you have only in what? Future. Fixed cost per annum is what? 580,000. Now let's quickly calculate the what contribution for all four portfolios, right? Minus direct material, $60 per meter. If you look at bags, which will require 1 meter, therefore $60, correct? For belt, only 0.25, which is how much? $25. Third one is what? Shoes, 0.5 meter, therefore only $30. Last one, 1.5, $45. Is that understandable? Material cost. Online student, are you all okay? The way I have found the material cost. Are you all okay? Problem. Belt is how many meters? 0.25. Therefore, it should be 15. No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You are correct, because even if I make a small mistake, the total my answer will get changed due to the what one mistake. Then I'll be losing at end of the day 3 marks. Therefore, you have maximum you try to work with a calculator. And other variable cost, $150, $50, $65, and $125. Now we can get the what? Contributions. Let me know the contribution, please. Okay, thank you. 60, 150, 55, 45, 106, 70, 185. Just 85. Okay. Now we found the contributions. We found the what? Contribution. And they have given the sales units. Sales. We'll get the ratio. This is 1000. This is 2000. This is 1500. This is 3500. You can go with the what same amount, no problem with the ratio, but the number will become what very extensive. Therefore, we will try to get the what more simplified one, right? So that is then here 1 is to 2 is to 1.5 is to 3.5. Am I correct? Then what is the total? 3.5, 4, 5, 7, 8. Am I correct? Ratio. Now, before we get started with these two requirements, as I used to tell you all, try to calculate what weighted average contribution and weighted average what CS ratio. We'll calculate both at first, right? Weighted average contribution. Weighted average contribution, WAC, 1 times 190 plus 2 times what? 60 plus 1.5 times what? 55 plus 3.5 times what? 85 divided by 1 plus 2 plus 1.5 plus what? 3.5 here, which is 8. What is the numerator? What is the numerator? One times 190, 2 times 60, 1.5, 690. 690. Yeah. Then what is the weighted average contribution? 690 divided by 8. 690 divided by 8. 690, no?
Not contribution.
Yeah, divided by 8. Correct, no? No, maybe you would have calculated weighted average contribution, but final answer should be same, no? How much that you are getting? No. I'm asking 690 divided by 8. How much? Six ninety is the final answer. And then what is the numerator then? The total of it. Numerator is 690. 690 divided by 8 is how much? Weighted average. That is what I'm asking. 30? 86.25. That is what? Weighted average contribution. Correct? Now let's calculate the weighted average CS ratio. Weighted average CS ratio. 1 times 190 plus 2 times what? 60 plus 1.5 times 55, 3.5 times what? 85. That is what? 690 divided by what? Selling price. That is 1 times, what is the selling price? 400, correct? 400 plus 2 times 125 plus 1.5 times 150 plus 3.5 times 300. Now you can get the what? Weighted average CS ratio. How much? 1925. It should be in the terms of 2 decimal places, I believe. You are talking about the denominator, right? Okay. So this is what? 690. This is 1925. Get me the CS ratio. 35, 34, 84. Correct? Now let's calculate the what BEP sales. First requirement. First 3 marks question. BEP sales. Total fixed cost. Online students, are you all okay? Divided by weighted average CS ratio. Total fixed cost is given as how much? 580,000 divided by 0.3584. That would give you how much? How much? One million? 1,061,618,303. 303 or 304, nearest whole number. Okay, we'll make it 4. No problem. If there's a small difference, right? Maximum you can go plus 10 or minus 10. No problem. So for this, you can collect what? 3 marks were in the exam. 3 marks were in the exam. If it is a what? Section C question. If it is for section B question, it will be given as what? 2 marks. Most often they are ask you to calculate the BP sales, not the BP units. BP units, most often we do calculate for single product. Most often. Right? Shall we move on to the next part? 8 marks. So 8 marks that shall not be tested where in the exam to sketch the graph. The graph will be provided. Through the graph, they may ask you the questions. Therefore, first we'll get to know how to sketch the graph. Shall we follow the steps? Shall we follow the step? What is the first step? Identify the CS ratio, right? Bags. Step number 1. Bags. CS ratio. Second one is what? Belt. Third one is shoes. Fourth one is jackets. Correct? Now let me know the CS ratio. What is the contribution for bag? 190 divided by what? 400. Am I correct? Second one is what? Bells. 60 over 125. Third one is what? 55 over 150. Fourth one is what? 85 over 300. Now let me know the CS ratio quickly. Zero 0.475. Next one. 48. Okay. Luckily, you would have calculated for the first one 3 decimal places, because the second one is 48. No, then only we can rank properly, right? Try your level best to work with the 3 decimal places. Third one, shoe. What is the CS rate? 0.36. Jackets. 283. Okay. Now, shall we rank the product? What is the most profitable product based on the CS ratio? What is the product which is giving you more contribution? What is the product which is giving you more contribution? Come on. What is the product which is giving you more contribution? Bags, belts, shoe or jackets? Belt is the first. Second one is what? Bags. Third one is what? Shoes. Fourth one is what? Jackets. Now we have completed 2 steps. Are you all okay? We have completed what? 2 steps. First one is the calculating the CS ratio. Second one is what? Ranking the product based on what? CS ratio, not the contribution per limiting factor. This is what? Break-even analysis. Break-even analysis. By calculating the CS ratio, we are going to find out what is the product which is giving us what? More contribution from what? Their sales. As I have clearly explained to you earlier, there are 2 types of BEP sales. Already we found the BEP sales, no? What is the BEP sale? 1,618,123 is what? Standard mix BEP sales. After sketching the graph, we should get what? The same answer. Then only our graph is what? Correct. But the graph which we are going to get what? 2 BEP. One is the standard mix, another one is what? One after the other. I'll tell you what is meant by one after the other. What is meant by standard mix? Standard means what? Incorporating all the product. What is the BEP sales? What is meant by one after the other? Some companies, what they try to do is, if they want to recover their cost quickly, they try to focus on the most profitable product at first, the product which is giving you what more contribution. Quickly they can recover what? Their cost. Later they can focus on the what? Least profitable product. So we can find out the both BEP now by sketching the graph. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Right. Now let's move on to the what? Third step. It's a very, very important. Developing a table. The table look like a what bit cranky, right? But don't get what panic when you are looking the table. Just have a look first. Slowly we will do it, right? This is what product. First column is our product, right? Everyone should start. Everyone should start. Second one is cumulative revenue. Third one, individual contributions. Individual contribution. Last one, profit or loss. These are the 4 columns that you'll have to keep. Right? Shall we get started? You tell me what would be the profit or loss at the initial point for the company. Very good. But if you do not do any operations, as a company's perspective, are they going to make loss or profit? Or no profit, no loss? You have a plan to start up a business. Before you get started with the business operation, either company is going to have loss or profit or no profit, no loss. Profit, loss. Why? Answer is correct. Why? From the online students, please. You have a plan to start the business. So before you get started with your operations, the company is going to make loss, profit, or no profit, no loss. No profit, no loss. Then that is a break even. Then what is the break even? 0 is the break even. No. Then answer is wrong. Practical questions I'm asking from. What is meant by fixed overhead? Yesterday we discussed, no? At 0 unit there will be a loss due to the what? Fixed cost. How to calculate profit or loss for any activity level? Any activity level. How to calculate profit or loss? Sales minus total cost. Agree with me? Total cost, there are 2 components. One is a variable cost, another one is what? Fixed cost. So variable cost, of course, 0. If you do not produce anything, there won't be any variable cost. What about fixed costs? Very good, Sanjana. Your answer is correct. Priyanka, your answer also correct. They have, given the answers. Online student. Right?
Maybe present whether the activity is fully or
No, what I'm telling, yeah, fixed cost. You're talking about the fixed cost, no? Yes. Whether it is not depending on the what do you call number of units. No? Therefore, at 0 unit, the company is going to make a loss. That is because of what? Fixed costs. Because of what? No. But that only you remember. Very good question, right? Do you remember that variable cost per unit will remain constant? Variable cost per unit will remain constant. And also I said what? At 0 unit, there will be a variable cost of what? That particular amount. Yeah, assumptions. That's the assumptions. But you can't say variable cost per unit is what? 0. Even though if there is no production, per unit cost is there, total variable cost is 0. 0 times 5 is, for an example, variable cost per unit is 5. 0 times 5 is what? 0. But the per unit cost is always there. As you said, it's a kind of assumptions. Also, what you said, before we get started with our production, we will buy the raw material from what? Our supplier. We can prove it that one. Right? If you, excuse me, don't go and argue with the, long statement, then the positive will become negative, negative will become what? Positive. We'll have to limit our argument with a certain boundary. You got my point. Each and every part, we have to go with the what? As it is. Each and every part, if you go and fight and argue, we won't be getting the answers. Right? As you said, if you do not produce anything, right, you will not have any sales revenue. Am I correct? You won't be having any contribution. But the company will make loss. Agree with me? That is how much? The fixed cost. 580,000 is loss. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? At zero revenue, company is going to make a loss of how much? 580,000. Now, as I have told you earlier, listen very carefully. As I have told you earlier, we are going to produce and sell one after the other. Because we are going to calculate the both break even. One is one after the other, another one is what? Standard make. So out of these 4 products, what is the product that we found the most lucrative product? Product what? Belt. Am I correct? Product what? Belt. Belt, what is the number of units sales? 2000 units. Am I correct? 2000 units. What is the selling price? 125. Then 2000 times 125 is how much? 250,000 total revenue of the company. Am I correct? When they are getting the 250,000 as a revenue from the what? Belt. Every 1 unit of belt is giving you the contribution of how much? We found $60. Am I correct? So since we are going to produce and sell for 2000 units, what is the individual contribution? 120,000. Now you tell me, after you are producing and selling belt, what is the company's profit or loss? After you produce belt, produce and sold what? Belt. What is the company's profit or loss? Already you made a loss of 580,000. From belt, you are making the contribution of how much? 120,000. Now, as far as the company is concerned, what is the net amount? 460,000 as loss. Agree with me? Umar, it's very straightforward. Umar, just have a look. Belt, what is the number of units sold out? 2000 units, Umar. Every 1 unit of belt, you are making the contribution of how much? We found $60. $60 per unit contribution from what belt. You are going to sell 2000 units. Then the total contribution from the belt is how much? 120,000. Umar, are you with me? Welcome. What is the next profitable product? What is the next profitable product? Bags. Bags. Now next what we are going to do is we are going to produce and sell what? Bags. We are going to produce and sell what? Bags. Bags, what is the sales unit? 1000. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Bags, how many units? 1000 units. Every 1 unit of bags selling price is what? 400. Therefore, total sales revenue is how much? 400,000. As far as the company is concerned, what is the total sales? Is it only 400,000 or something else? I have used the word of cumulative revenue. As far as the company is concerned, when they are selling the bags, what is the company total sales revenue? Cumulative sales revenue. Very good. It should be what? 650,000. That's why we call it as what? Cumulative sales revenue. Because at the point of sales of what? Bags, you're going to sell 2,000 units. Bags, I'm sorry, 1,000 units. Every one bag, the cost selling price is what? 400. Therefore, you're going to generate a what? Income of what? 400,000. Already, you got the income of what? 250,000. Therefore, the total income of the company would be 650,000. How you have got this 650,000? If you want, you can put it here. 250,000 plus what? 400,000. Just for understanding purposes, I have written that part as well. Only from the bags, what is the contribution that we are going to generate? $190. $190. How many units we are going to sell? 1,000 units. Therefore, 190,000 as our individual contribution. Individual contribution. Correct? Then what is the company's profit or loss? 460,000 is already we are making loss. From 460,000, we are recovering 190,000 through what? Bags. That would give you how much? 270,000. Loss. Still we are making loss. 270,000. For that also we went with the what? Profitable order. We went with the what? Profitable order. Most profitable product is what? Belt. Second one is what? Bags. After selling bags also, we still did not recover what? Our cost. Agree with me? What is the next product? Shoes. If you look at shoes, what is the sales units? Online student, are you all okay with the chart? Shoes, what is the number of units? 1,500 units. Every 1 unit selling price is 150. Then 1,500 times 150 is how much? 2,25,000 that you are going to generate only from what? Shoe. As far as the company is concerned, what would be the total revenue? 650,000. Very good. 650,000 plus 650,000 plus 225,000. That would give you 875,000. Only from shoe, you are making the contribution of how much? $55. Now, shoes 55 times what? 1,500, which would give you how much? 82,500. 82,500. Now, what is the profit or loss? 187,500. Correct? One lakh 87. Yeah, still we are making loss. Still we are making loss. We are able to recover all our costs after selling what? All 4 products only. I don't say the question clearly says you can make a profit only after producing and selling what? All 4 products. What is the last product? Which is what? Jackets. If you look at jackets, what's the sales units? 3,500. Selling price is what? 300. How much now? $3,500 times 300. 1,050,000. But as far as the company is concerned, we are going to get the what? Total sales, cumulative revenue. Cumulative revenue would be already we have 875,000. In addition to 875,000, we are going to get what? 1.1 million?
Total 1 million.
1,925,000. So here 875 plus what? Only from jacket
1 million.
1,050,000. Altogether 1,925,000. Only from the jacket we are making the contribution of how much? 85. 85 times 3,500 is how much? 2 lakhs 97,500. Then now only we can make a profit, which is what? 110,000. Right? Excuse me. From the chart, approximately you can identify the BP sales. Not exact amount. What is meant by BP? The point at which no profit, no loss. When it comes to 875,000 sales revenue, we are making still loss of how much? 187,500. When it comes to 1,925,000, we started on what? Profit. Therefore, BEP sales obviously in between that term. In between 825,000 to 1,900,000, in between that term. But don't know. Now only we are going to sketch the what? Diagram. The diagram which would be sketched between cumulative revenue and the profit or loss. Profit or loss. For these only we are going to sketch the graph. I don't have a ruler. I'm going to use it what? iPad. You try to use a ruler, properly scale it. We'll see whether we are getting the same answer or no. Right? Quickly take down these figures, please. I said only we can draw what? Profit volume chart. Only we can draw what? Profit volume chart. Shall I sketch? Right? 0. This is profit. This is what? Loss. Right? What is the maximum loss amount? Loss amount is what? 580,000. Right? Now I will scale it. 200,000, 400,000, 600,000. Profit 200,000, 400,000, 600,000. Same thing for the loss also. 200, 400, 600,000. Right? Now cumulative revenue starting from what? 250,000, ending up with what? 1,925,000. Therefore, we can scale it like 200,000. Right? This is 200,000, 400,000, 600,000, 800,000. No, we will go with as a 400,000. Oh, no. For me, it's, this is not sufficient. I'll go as what? 400,000. This is 400,000. K stand for 1,000. This is 800,000. This is 1,200,000. 1,600. This is 2 million. Cumulative revenue. Clear? Cumulative revenue. Now let's place the point where in the graph, just connecting the point. Right. At zero revenue, what is the profit or loss? At zero, what is the profit or loss? At zero revenue, what is the loss? No. 580,000. 580,000. At zero, 580,000. Somewhere here. Right? 580,000. What is the second cumulative revenue in the table? 250,000. 250,000, we are making the loss of how much? 460,000. 250,000, we are making the loss of what? 460,000. So let's say this is what 200. 250 somewhere here. Loss of how much? 460. Yeah, the point is here. This is the second point. Right? What is the third cumulative revenue? Third cumulative revenue. 650,000. 270,000. 650,000. This is 600. 700. Then somewhere here. What is the loss under 650,000? Loss is how much? 270,000. Here. Point is here. Correct? What is the next point? Next point is at 875,000, 187,500. 875,000. This is 900, 875, somewhere here. 190 something. Correct? Point is here. Last point is what? At 1,925,000, 110,000. 110,000 somewhere here. Right? Now I'm going to connect first. Please listen very carefully. My graph is strong. This one. Excuse me. Now we are going to get the BP sales. What is the standard mix BP sales? You have to connect the first point and the last point. This. Now this is what? BEP sales. BEP sales standard mix. That would give you 1,618,123. If you draw it properly, I think just check somewhere that amount, no? That is that blue color line. That is the amount we found by using the formula. That is the amount we found. If you properly draw that one, it comes as what? 1,618,200. Anyway, after passing 1.6 million. This we call it as what? This break even. I don't know. BEP sales. BEP sales. CS ratio basis. That is, we call it as what? One after the other. If you want, I can prove it to you, that one. But it's not part of our discussion. What is the CS ratio? We found what is the most lucrative product. We apply only that CS ratio and we'll find out what is the BEP sales. But anyway, here, to get the BEP sales, we'll have to pass with the 2 or 3 products. After passing the 3 products only, we are recovering all our costs. Are you all okay? Online students? Online. Priyanka, are you okay? You can sketch now. Down. You want the table or graph? Someone who raised a question from me to do with everything in Excel. Very difficult for me to do what Excel these diagrams. That's why I use the word whiteboard. If you are getting the different answer, which means what your graph is wrong. You should get what, but properly you need to scale it. But for break even, the graph papers are not required. But tomorrow, definitely, please pass a message to everyone to bring the graph paper. Umar, are you okay? Umar, are you okay? What about others? Emily? Arokya? Navya? Malavika? Are you all okay? Any part that you are having a bit of a confusion, let me know. I can explain that part. Yes, Umar, go ahead. You should ask questions. You can come up with voice message or you can drop a message. Yes, that's a one good question. Umar asked from me how to calculate the direct material cost. Umar, just have a look at the question. I'll explain for the first two components, then it's easy for you to understand. Umar, the question says leather used in the production, last para, right after the table. Umar, just have a look. Leather used in the production is bought from a supplier on a JIT basis for $60 per meter. $60 per meter. Every 1 meter, the cost is what? $60. If you look at the bags, Umar, it will require 1 meter. Since the requirement is 1 meter to make a one output bags, 1 times 60 is what? $60. If you look at belts, every one belt which will require 0.25 meter fabric, which is what? Leather. So 1 meter cost is what? 60. Since your requirement 0.25 times what? 60, which would give you what? 15. Umar, are you okay? Okay. Are you all okay? Did you all sketch the graph? No, you should. I'll give you the time. Please sketch the graph. Then only it's complete answer. But I think it can be done via in the Excel sheet as well, no? Can't. Excel.
No, so they'll be giving us. The question has some kind of.
Yeah. The graph will be provided. But if you do not know how to sketch the graph, you won't answer for the question for the the exams. Because graph anyway will be provided. You don't need to sketch the graph, but you should know how to sketch the graph. Otherwise, it will be. Am I correct or wrong? You should know first the whole part of the graph. Same thing for linear programming. But tomorrow, make sure to come on time tomorrow. Don't get late because linear programming, if you get late, yeah, very difficult chapter. We will be doing 2 questions and 2 past papers questions. 2 normal questions. Yeah, tomorrow itself we would be able to finish. No, but examiners questions are easy because the graph will be provided. Make sure to bring the scientific calculator also. I can explain the solving the equations. We'll develop a couple of equations.
The equation also.
Binding constraint, non-binding constraint, shadow price. Bit of a long calculations. Have you done before that one? Have you all done before? Linear programming.
Here also came the CA.
From the management accounting, copy it from there. One and only technique which is available to find out the maximum production plan by referring the what? Mathematical solutions. Mathematical solution. And I'll discuss. There's another method called simplex method, which is very complex method. Right? That has been eliminated from our syllabus. So here tomorrow we're going to discuss maximum 2 products only. Sometimes we may be dealing with the more than 2 products. Then the problem will be there how to get the maximum production plan. For that only they have developed softwares now these days. Predefined softwares are there to get the solutions. Right now, can you all write down the answer for the C and D part, please? C and D part, please. Explain how the unavailability of leather and the rise in the price affect the what? Profitability and the break-even point of mango. No calculations are what? Required. For 5 marks, you will have to give the answers at least half of the page for 5 marks. Half of a page. Because that is a common answer. Common questions. By referring the question, by using that knowledge, you can, because you don't have to bring anything from what book, right? That will not give you any answers. From the, question itself, you can answer. Right. I will brief you. Can you make a note on that on your own English word? I will brief you the third requirement, right? What is the third requirement? What it says? Right. Already we went on the case. Case is clearly saying, whether currently we are doing a JIT purchase from the what supplier, but we have a excess capacity at the particular moment. But in the future, there will be a shortage. If the company tries to continue with the JIT system in future, company will be facing the problem with the profits. Why? One problem that they are going to face, very difficult to get the what leather to make what these products. Why? All these products main components is what? Leather. Leather is one of the what? Main direct material, main variable cost. If the direct material cost in future, if you are going to find out the new supplier, or if they are going to increase the price, what will happen to the BEP? What will happen to the company's BEP sales and the BEP units? What will happen to the company's what profit or loss? Everything what will get collapse, will decrease. Do you all agree with me? Currently, but there, because look at the question, what is there? Can you read the question, please? Read the question, please. Yeah, question, requirement. Yeah, now whenever we are giving the answers, all these points should be connected with the requirement. All the points should be connected with the requirement. So one point they are saying how it will be impact what your break even. There will be a shortage of what you'll have to clearly mention. First point you'll have to clearly mention. All 4 products are depending on what? Leather. All 4 products are depending on what? Leather. Without having leather, they can't produce this product. Do you agree with me? Look at the bags, belt, shoe, and jacket. All 4 products are purely depending on what? Leather. If there is a problem with the what material with regard to the leather, that will impact the what? Production process. That will impact the what? Production process. Second part of the answer. That is the first part of the answer. First part of the answers. Right? Second part of the answer. In future, if there is a what shortfall of what material, leather material where in the market, one option that we need to find out the new supplier, then there will be a problem with the what? Price. Don't know whether we would be able to get the what? Same price from that supplier. He may increase the price. If he's going to increase the price, what will happen? Our contribution profit and all will decrease. On the other hand, our BEP sales also what? Will tend to increase. What is meant by BEP sales? The point at which we are recovering all our cost. Now we need to do what? More sales to recover what? Our cost. If you give this point, 5 marks will be given. If you want, I can dictate the answers. But better you'll have to develop it yourself. Once again, I'm telling you, first line, what you have to say, all 4 products are depending on what? Leather. Leather is one of the main material costs to make what? All these 4 products. In future, if there is a shortage with regard to the what? Leather, that will impact what? Company's profit and the contributions. And we try to go with the what? New supplier. Then the new supplier, sometime he may what? Increase the price. And don't know whether we can get the what? Same quality. Do you agree with me? That's a problem, bit of a problem with the what? New supplier. How can we give the surety that we can get the same quality? He may give you what? Poor quality. Or even if he's going to give you the higher quality, the price what will happen? The cost as far as the company is concerned will increase. Then that will impact what? Our BEP sales. We'll have to get what? More BEP sales to recover our cost. So these are the points that needs to be what? Highlighted in that particular requirement. Online student, are you all okay? Excuse me. Did I bring any answer from what my book to answer for this question? No. From the what question itself, he found it. That's the way you will have to develop the answers behind the exam. If you try to memorize everything behind your study text, you can't write even a single point behind the exam. Next part is very straightforward question, I believe. Limitation of breaking. What are the advantages? That of course you can copy and paste from what my limitation. You remember we discussed yesterday's class. Shall I give you a few homeworks? Is it okay if I give you homeworks? I don't know whether you will try at home. Or else, can you all try all my questions behind my question practice? Question practice, there are 5 questions, I believe, OTQ questions. Can you all try those 5 questions? Or if you want me to give another 10 marks question, I can give you if you want. OTQ. Now, if you want, I can, the question is ready, but 120 marks question. Just take a snapshot. That is 283 question. Kaplan being uploaded here.
It's your
But 2023. EC Limited. Just take a snapshot and see here. This. Yeah, easily. Also, you know, this is the very Easiest topic behind the syllabus. No need to practice more question on the easiest part. Focus on the what complicated areas. If there are no questions, we can wind up the sessions. Online, are you having any questions? Online students, are you all having any questions? As long as we are in the class, we can get some sort of a what management account. Umar, do you have any question? Priyanka, Emily, Arokia, we can discuss. I can explain to everyone. Right, tomorrow don't forget to bring the graph paper. Try to bring two graph paper. Online student also make sure to be ready with graph paper in your table. Tomorrow's class. We will be discussing the whole part of the linear programming through 1 or 2 questions. Then we will get started with the past papers questions. Thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed. See you tomorrow.